Well, hello there. Let's get squared away, shall we? More tests. Let's get these things fixed up. After we get everything fixed, I think I want to go back to the character manager and pull all those handlers out into functions. It won't really like abstract anything, but it'll make the handle block easier to read. So that's kind of the plan. Um, and we'll also reevaluate our test coverage and make sure that we are covering as much of the new behavior as makes sense, right? So we'll probably have to put tests around the handle funk. And then we'll do that beforehand. That way, when we make our changes, we know nothing has changed behavior-wise, right? That's my loose plan. But first and foremost, we need to fix up all this stuff. This one, easy enough to do. Create move command is going to be the big one. This just needs to be a room information. Not exits. That's what we want. And they can just be empty. It just needs to not be a nil map. We might... Well, I guess... Not much is going to use this outside of character, aside from tests. Tests can be a little more verbose. It's fine. We may end up, if we end up using this more often, we may end up creating a function helper to create it. But for now, it's fine. Okay, so our test user will also need tags, just to be more like a real test user, or like a real user. I think that's all we need for you. This is really just about the information that comes out of parsing. So parse input, we should get a parsed event like this now. Which is actually going to make this test a lot simpler. And we're really just testing our parsing capabilities, right? So we test the full string, we test the abbreviated string. We should add look to this as well while we're here. This is going to be way, way simpler. Expected output will now be parsed event. So for this parsed event, this is going to be move events. This is going to be north. It uses our cardinal. And we can actually just copy this and then change up the directions. It should be not that one. It should be relatively painless. Whoop. There we go. This one is south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast. Ugh, if I could type, it would help. There we go. Southwest. That is north. South. East. west, north, east. I could have kept north in there. It's fine. West. Southeast. Southwest. Okay. This is the default. So it's going to wind up token say should still output character say. I believe that's in the Lexer that we do that decision. Where if it's nothing, we just convert it and say, well, you probably meant to talk. So this should be character say, and I think it's just a string. It's a list of strings. Think. Oop, missed one. This, let's see, what's our logout look like? Logout or exit, parse goodbye. It's just the token, no data. That's fine. So we can actually do both of these at the same time. Parsed event, field the fields. We'll leave that. Data is nil. And we'll come back and we'll say this is character logout, character exit. There was a reason we had two different types, and I think it has to do with what we return from the client handler, which is the only place that should be used. These guys are, we're just testing to make sure we don't collide with existing commands when they don't, when we're not meant to. So we do character say on you. We should also double check. Client handler. When we, how do we do this when we say, when we speak, this character spawn, client create, this is, yeah, this is operations. Client submit. This is for logging in and out. I think it's in here. Yeah, here we go. If it's text, character exit, character log out. We not handle say right now? I think we do. Okay. Thought that was hooked up at some point, but so if we don't have anybody using you, just double check. Client handler, handle client message. Move, look, exit, log out. Default, invalidate synchronous action because we switched on event type here. Switched on the protocol text. Right, for the incoming. This shouldn't be the invalidate synchronous action. This should just be unhandled client action. So, if we're not using this, then we can right now make this better. And instead of returning this list, we can say we're going to return a string. Like so. That's going to make our life much better. And we could actually do that, I think. No, because it's in our parent struct. That's fine. It'll still be a lot easier to work with. So just here, think no, it's join with the space and don't think we have to trim this. I think it's fine. Our token should take care of that, I believe. But we can add a test to make sure we have the power. We'll just do that. And we'll say we expect that this this is probably the correct way to handle that, I think, because I didn't leave myself a note, which I should have. But we'll call it there now, and if we change our minds later, we'll fix it later. Those are nil. I think that is what we want. But here we don't actually advance the token. So we do need to take care of that if we want that to work. Otherwise, it will always have say in it, which is incorrect, right? We just decided it was. So Advancio. Why did we peek for EOF here and return nil? I'm going to leave it for now because I don't know why I did it. I don't remember why I did it. But it's suspect. One would think... I would think that should happen more than it does. Like, we know that logout works correctly. Interesting thought. But let's run this. And there exists for token type ident I. What did I... Ident. The parsing error in this right here, I'm betting you. Yep. Okay. Oh, you know what? I think I just figured out. If this is not EOF. If the next token is not EOF, someone probably said the word exit logout, not the command. That's why I did that. And then, yeah, they fall through. Okay. So we need to figure out why this fails. And what in the world ident is. We have some tests in here too. Command or target name. Going on here. Junk mail, that's what's going on here. Okay. No worries then. Okay, so either command or a target name. Is just the generic token. We're saying you are something. You're a command, you're a target name, we're not really sure. don't think we were set up to speak without typing say first yet. I think that... Come on, man, when we were playing in the mud. When there is more mud to play. Hello to you too there, Xbox TV. How you doing? Welcome in. So... We had this, though. So why do we fail? I bet you it's just that. Do we not handle a space ahead gracefully? No, that still fires. Is it the capitalization? Okay. It is. Interesting. At some point I need to return to my mud code, also go. Yeah? What made you abandon the project or delay the project? So we do skip white space. So we should handle this correctly. I just have a lot of projects. I know that feeling. Okay, so why? I need that open right now. Current token type. Close token. Let's get token back open too. Ident. Return ident. So we don't make a decision about say. We skip leading white space. Get the runes. It's just that. It's an UF. Literal is empty. Turn it. Is printable. It's not a space. We're not getting invalid. Skip ident. Repo available yet? Nope. You need telnet negotiation, list debug clients and their quirks, ASCII color, etc. I have a client. It doesn't use any current protocols right now. We'll see later if I want to do that or not. Interesting that current token type. Let's debug this. I'll actually take this out of here though. We'll say we'll go down to here, let's just say. Debug this. It didn't stop there. Right, of course it didn't, because this is just data structure. It's a table-driven test. You would need to bounce through here until we got to the one we wanted. Could do condition of typed all of the letters, it might help. Let's see. Step in, for example. We should change this to that too. It's fine though. We advance twice so that both tokens are set. Means our current token is exit. We're going to step into this case. It doesn't get handled, so we go down to say parsing goodbye. It's not the next. UF is not next. So we go down to parse speak aloud. This is say. Then we do next token. If not, that's why. It's because these guys all have a case that catches them and doesn't handle them. Because we have tested handling these correctly, right? That. That because you're a switch. Now. So why did that get advanced past the eye? Happened there. This is the direction. Oops, I went too far. Log out. Exit. Ident. Here we go. Hello. Ooh, did we advance beyond it already? Back up. Ident. Have. Okay. What's going on? Just go ahead and advance past this. We'll put our conditional back in. Don't need the if. Need that. Run you. Step in. Parse input. Run you through the Lexer. Current token is I and ident. You're not that. Because we advanced here, right? This is where we were doing say. So we don't need to have this in here. We do the advance inside of parse speak aloud. Otherwise, we don't catch this correctly. We just didn't handle this case at all, where just we default to say. Yeah. That's better. Don't know how I would make this an option with this, though. Maybe it's just a default for now, until somebody says that that's a horrible plan. We'll run with that. Okay, so that allows us to be done with the command parser. We'll go ahead and run all the tests really quick. See what else we have, just for curiosity's sake. Client handler still has some stuff. That makes sense. That makes some sense. What else do we got here? Let's go ahead and commit this really quick. What did we change in client handler? Yeah, we fixed that. Makes sense. Fix the command parser tests. Mine is Deku ROM, like as it is type I used to run back in the day. Cool. I don't really remember all of the different types. I played a number of them. Some of them were more traditional. I played an Iron Realms one I can't remember the name of anymore. And I played a number that were more of like the web-based kind. Okay. That's in and done. We need to do, heck did I say client handler? Oops, I should have left that open. That's all right. All right, what do we got here? We have a panic in here, I think. Probably just we forgot to give something a something. Web base is a cool way to go. I have a prototype one where I was messing with that idea as well. Golang is great for that type of stuff. Yeah, Go really likes to be a web language. Yes, right here we panic because we have client handler go. Create you, test account, log in. For 25, client send message. Event message. Why would that be? 51, listen and forward events. Only happens when we bind. I don't think we changed anything in here. We changed the name. Oh. Well, no, this is very old. Yeah. So only thing we've changed lately is the name. So something else happened. And it has to be something that calls bind. So character login. If we error on login, we return. This is the only place bind gets called. Run you again. You'll clean up the mess. Show me your pan. Ooh. Oh. You didn't fail that time. So we have some kind of a race condition going on here. Hmm. Hmm. What in the world? Yep, I got to fail there too. Okay, so why don't you fail in here? Or why do you intermittently fail in here? Because we did see you fail. $199 in client handler. Take a look-sees. Right closure. Okay, for that. Yes, okay. This should handle. So 199 is my closer. Send message. We shouldn't be here. Find character. Listen to forward events. $451. That. $425. Client send message. The client shouldn't have gone away by now. Find characters failing. Only place this gets called is here. Only place this gets called is here. I'd submit. Trim your spaces out for now. We do log in. We try to unstow the character. Error is not nil. Return an error. So only place in here is after I've authenticated. So we create a test account. Registration created. We log in. We create the test character. And then marshaled, which is this. We make up, oh, this is a UUID for one. I don't think that's going to create our issue. So we do create a character, and then we try to log into... Why do we create a character if we're going to log into the wrong guy? Probably just to make sure that we don't fall back to a weird... Like, we don't select the wrong character. That would be what I guess I'm testing. And a character operations marshaled. This is not a character. That just ends up in here. Let's run you again. It's really weird that it's intermittent like that, but I can really always get it to fail there. And then immediately again. Oh, I can't again. We shouldn't even be getting to here, right? That's kind of weird. If I clear out this here by running it again, so it cleans up. Come in here, I can't get it to fail again. There it goes. Why are we even ending up there? Character login. unstow you. If we don't parse the ID, which we should, don't get character by ID, just engine ID. We should get no character found error. We should bubble that up. I believe we end up... Yeah, you just get passed along through to the Mongo context, correct? I believe. Character client submit, character client submit. That's all correct. Right. UID new string. I don't think we have anything deferred. Response. Listen to events. Sent message. Only used. Send response, I guess, also uses it. Ah, okay. So... Oh no, you return directly. We do call send response here, but that's not... Send response, we build it up. It's like the connection's dying. That's what it really feels like. Could be wrong, though. Are we to be in here, though? We bind, and then we spawn... Select bad car. This all used to be in one, but it still returned a message. Was there some kind of bug where things were still spawning? It's like we got a nil car here almost too, right? Might be similar behavior. Except for it wants to be here. Unless client was nil somehow? Shouldn't be though. What we'd have to do is probably come in here and try to get it to fail specifically on this one again. Which could be tricky. Because it's intermittent. We had better results getting this to fail over here. And then you come over here. We also ran the whole shebang when we got failures. So maybe we do this. We'll get you to fail over here because you do almost every time. We could run a race test, but we did do that. I guess we didn't do that. Haven't done that since we pulled apart spawning and character selection. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Just debug, no record. Ah, here we go. Okay. Send message. Client connection is nil. How did we end up with a nil connection here? Answers that question at least. Forward events, send message. Con is nil. Where does con get set? Stop that. That gets set up here, maybe? Does. New client connection. Login. We use a fake, okay. That car. So we do a test client is a game client. Why do we do that? Hey, thanks for follow. I appreciate that. Why do we fake you? Because that lives in the WebSocket, perhaps? Something would surely need to still sat and unauthenticated. That would probably have to be in the WebSocket stuff, right? We defer that. New client connection. We give you the connection. Game manager handles the login. Create test account. Did we leave this as mocks just because we didn't have a game manager yet? And then just forget to test GM. We tell you that your manager is game manager. Or the test GM, rather. Just to be sure. This takes a game client. Which has a game manager inside of it. This runs through this. We're mocking the inputs. Okay. This is just a helper for that. But handle unauthenticated. So when we get into here, we should be logged in after we do that. And then we handle character operations on you. Make sure things hunky-dory. We check after we create the character. Make sure we get a character response. Create it as a protocol. Type, rather. State is authenticated. Um, let's do that. Hey, Sai, how's it going? It goes okay. Just fixing up these tests and then finding kind of weird intermittent bugs. You know, the huge. The results are found because you had a panic. Okay. Test client connection has gone away. Why have you gone away? Interesting. Does this make you almost always reproducible? Okay. That's interesting. Except for when you panic still. So something is killing the test client connection here somewhere. And I wonder if it's like a heartbeat thing. Like WebSocket is unhappy. That's interesting. World hello. That's a function so long that Uncle Bob will roast you in his bathrobe on X. I mean, I feel like you're trying to pick up the slack for Ash and Misha these days. What's my typical approach for tests? It depends. If it's a behavior that I understand well, what I want out of this function, then I will often write a test first. If it's something that I kind of got to noodle my way through, I'll usually write a test after. And then add like edge case detection, right? And while I'm kind of noodling my way through it, I really try my best to make it testable. But then if I come back through and realize it's not testable, then I kind of have to reevaluate my solution, right? And sometimes you just got to rewrite that, and it's better the second time anyway. So it is kind of a loosey-goosey approach, but I do value tests a great deal, so I try to have good ones as best I can. And you miss things, and then you go back and fill them in, you know, but... And, you know, people will say, like, okay, well, I've spent yesterday and this morning refactoring tests, but I changed a lot of behaviors, right? That's a feature, not a bug. Yes, it's more work to go back and fix these things, but I've changed behaviors, and I need to think about that if I had consumers. Consumers are all me right now, very intentionally so, right? So I'm not breaking anybody. I just got to put in the work. And on things where I don't change behaviors, I can just change internals. All the tests should still pass. And that gives me more confidence that I haven't broken anybody. So you don't box yourself in too early unless it's a well understood function. I mean, I don't really consider tests to be boxing myself in at all. They're a tool for me to be more certain that I haven't done anything stupid than not. Create you. Where? So log in. Handle unauthenticated. Here, is there any way... This ping do for me? Keep alive should suffice for most use cases. But... okay, for sure. I definitely get that feeling boxed in when I write tests. Maybe it's just a perspective thing on my part. Why do they make you feel boxed in? That's interesting. When I create this... this is game manager. I need to be in client handler. Handle unauthenticated. Log in. Here's a question, actually, as I dig through this. So now that we can more reliably reproduce this, let's make sure we can do it in a single test. Because when we run the whole set, okay, test client connection has gone away. Test client connection has gone away. So it's not some other test killing the connection. We're using the client, not using its connection, though. I bet you that's why. I suppose it's just the amount of work it takes to write tests on top of the code. Maybe it's because I think I need to unit test everything for completion because that's what I learned in my courses, university, unit integrated system, etc. I mean, yes and no. Like, it is a lot of work, but that's kind of why writing tests ahead of time can help too, right? Like if you're very sure of the behavior that you need, the ability to write the test ahead of time kind of softens the blow a little bit. But I do tend to agree that and unit integration system, like, it's all kind of loosey-goosey, right? And it gets to be more so in Go because everything is, supported within the language itself. So like if I test client handler, all right, that's a bad example. If I test character manager and it does character things, I'm testing both. It's kind of an integration test, right? But I also consider that to be a feature, not a bug, for the same reasons. Am I changing any behaviors, right? And it is work and it is a chore, but it's valuable. Like right now, I'm understanding things, or I think I'm understanding things that I didn't even think about before, right? Like what happens when this goes away? Because this is a pointer inside of here, and that's going to come from WebSocket server, which theoretically should be okay, right? But I also have the client handler here with its session. To Twitch, if tests aren't your thing, go for TDD type-driven development. TDD is test-driven development. More red lines, but definitely less tests. Don't do that. More tests. Test all the things. Send response. Send response just kind of wraps this. Make sure everything is hunky-dory. It's nothing. It gives us a new byte, new line byte. This makes sure it ends with that. Marshal it. We put it on the WebSocket. You are used in here. And you're used here. Only two places. We error check this. Is this something you just learned in a professional setting experience for test? Yeah. Guess I just need to get used to my own discretion. Yeah, pretty much. I just learned that there was a lot of value. I've worked places where testing was kind of an afterthought. We still did the old quarterly release sort of pattern, and integration tests were often read until code freeze, which led to a lot of crunch. And people would just kind of throw stuff over the wall. Like there would be a big refactor of a large component, and then it would go break everybody's stuff, and we didn't know until the end, right? And they would go, oh well, you know, this is in your area of responsibility, so we're here to support you, but you got to fix it. And we had a really big Python end-to-end framework too, and it kind of got left to just rot, and it was kind of disregarded, but it did deliver a lot of value. So I've kind of seen the outcome of such a lack of of importance of testing, right? And I don't wish to live in that world where I can avoid it. I know a lot of people are a lot more bullish on end-to-end testing than I am. This level of testing is really where I focus, right? I do manual stuff too. And if I had somebody to write a full end-to-end, framework thing, I would certainly never say no. but I think I get more value and more immediate feedback out of this, right? It's a lot of it has to do with shortening the feedback loop. I can make a change here to the code, run this test, and immediately know, like you're watching me do right now, where I know that for some reason I'm getting a nil connection in here, and I can immediately, very, very fast, get an answer here. And that goes all the way up, when we, like, the reason I run a MongoDB container for testing is because I want to exercise the real code, and I want to find those in a very easy, fast way to reproduce them, differences in behavior. So to me, this is the most valuable test. Other people will disagree. Without proper tests, the code is untouchable and unchangeable. Yeah, kind of, pretty much. Once upon a time, I read something somewhere, and I really don't remember where, but they said, code without test is broken by design. I was like, well, that's kind of harsh at the time. In retrospect, I think they were probably right. And that, actually really ties back into the story I was just telling, where that, that the lack of testing there, anytime I made a change at that place, I was like, I don't know if I've broken anything. And it's going to take 2 hours to know. Right? And by then I've moved on to something else. Okay, so you're going away. But actually, because this is a pointer, I need the connection to come from the WebSocket. And I run session on you. If we error reading from it, we handle you, we close you, we say, hey, there's an error reading from you. It's not awful to add a check to make sure before we send something that we still have this connection and it's not gone away. I would still like to know why it's going away, and I'm pretty sure it's timing out. It shouldn't be, though. That's the part that confuses me. Where do we... Test client. Game client. It's because we never create you, but sometimes you do pass briefly. That's the part that's very confusing. And it's almost like I should be doing this through the WebSocket machinery instead of these helpers that drive the methods. Kind of getting back to what I was just saying. Handle, wait, no, handle, this is the only place the connection should be set. So where the heck, nothing ever calls new client connection. This is the, so why do these other things pass? Curiouser and curiouser. So there would be no way for you to not be nil. So why do we sometimes panic? Why are you sometimes... Must be another... What if there's another test somehow creating a client? Because we almost always fail over here when we run the full set. Very rarely do we fail in here. If I take this out, but it's not completely never. Like right there. Why did you get triggered? Send message. Happening from here, which is listen and forward events, which should only happen when we call bind character. I wonder if this manager, for sure, thanks for this perspective, by the way. Yeah, absolutely. That's what we do, man. We talk about nerdy stuff and software opinions. Um, I wonder if this thing is still. Because this is a go routine, so we probably never. We ever log out? The character operations. What if we. Okay. What if at the start here? Get out of here for a second. It'd be in here, right? No, it'd be in client message. Character exit, character log out. But we can call directly. This. If we add this, this logs out our count, right? We actually want to defer count log out. So that'll log out character and the account. Stop listening to events. Closes that channel. Which should make this okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll do same thing in here just to be tidy about it. Just thinking that they have different names for the accounts, but, you know, it could still be. Could still be related. I think we'll still nil check that and handle it. But I'm curious about this as well. all that. That's the one for cleaning up. Okay, and now not out of the woods yet though, because very often that'll pass, but this one won't. No, still panicked. Okay. We can leave those in there. That's fine. Let's do in send message. We'll actually do it before we marshal. Do it before this too. Do we want to do character? Let's do account first. Client connection. Attached to account. Has gone away. And this will be do that. Oh, we only have our ID. Okay. We'll just do that then. And then if this is not nil, which is going to be the more interesting one. ID, first name, last name. Let's run that. We'll run it over here because it's more reliably failing. That'll clean up the leftovers. Okay. Got our dereference error. Looking for a warn. Warning. No skill info. Okay, yeah. Could be that I'm just missing it in the list here. Let's, I forgot. Turn that. This doesn't need to be, this can just be that for now. Let's see if we can get this to actually spit out some stuff. I'm sure that when I figure out what it is, I'm going to be so mad at myself. Okay. Why are we still... 188. Okay, we're in a different place now. Character go 188. Planning to go 420. So I have no character at this point either. Okay, so... Why didn't that error before? That's really bizarre. Find character 184. Oh, go routine 184, not line. Okay, yeah. 460. Yeah, this one. How is this getting called with a nil character? That would almost have to mean that we're not returning a correct error in here somehow, and it's still progressing to bind. It wouldn't be character ops. Character login. The error is not equal to nil. We return the error and the nil. We make sure that you're ready. Should be an error if it doesn't parse. There are no docs. Let's do just in case that is actually sending something to us. Which probably isn't. It's got to be, I would assume it'd have to be nil. Unless I'm missing something silly. But, you know, easy enough to figure out. Yeah, still invalid. Memory address or nil pointer. Okay. That's so weird. What's going on? Same place. How are you getting there? Only one use. Right here. Yeah, only one use. Right here. Don't return anything. To bind you. Don't return anything until this. This. We do need to tell you that you're logged out. Oh, if we fail to spawn the character, that is a problem. That's not this problem, but it is a thing we want to do. Let's do actually we want to do this. See if we can't figure out passes that time, of course, because why wouldn't it? There it goes. Create account. Duplicate entry, we error, yes. Okay. Login bad user. We want bad character. Interesting. Something else is going on here that is wonky, which might explain why I'm not understanding how we got here, right? Do we use... Not that. Not that. No listen forward either. Here we use you. Here we use you. Can take you out of there, that's fine. Use you for create. Client create. Display info. Big character. Request. Run this real quick, and then we're going to run a race test as well, just in case it helps shed any light. Unless something happens here. Shouldn't be. We unstow you. Turn a pointer to you. Convert you. Set your message broker. Add you to the active. Return a pointer to you. Race is taking its sweet time. Starting to come back though. Okay, we do have some races. They are in client handler test. Listen to events. Character go 193. Client handler 421. Just here. You only get called here though. So why are you doing the same thing? Why is there a race here? Previous read by Game Manager, 98. Well, 263, 2098. Handle events. $20. Handle events. 98. Listen for events. Okay. Makes sense, right? Previous read at. Them guys. Listen and forward events. Handle event. Character 193. Move. Okay. But you have a lock. I wonder. Character 183. Which is a stow. Does this. Hey, how's it going, dears? Welcome in. Notify enter is the previous read. Why are you why are you erased because of that? This is a channel. Shouldn't matter. Oh, I guess maybe we need to. Maybe we do need to lock you there. But that shouldn't really cause this, though. Going great. Awesome. Glad to hear it. I could see the notification channel being erased, but I don't think that's related to our bug. Because everything should be deferring logging out, and they shouldn't even be on the same characters. How long have I been coding? Like in general? 5 or 6 years, maybe? It's been like bits and pieces over the years, right? Seriously for at least 4. Probably closer to 5. What issue am I working on right now? I have a test that's failing. It panics periodically. It's intermittent failure, though. I just had this on the background. Yeah, a lot of people do. Let's see here. Listen to events. The other thing we can check. Still studying self-arranging myself. Cool. I use delve so you can take a delve. Or I could use recover. I don't want it to recover. It should not have an error here. Oh, I'm not going to install a package for that. Best at full stock though. Cool. Let's see here. Listen for defense. Like, we do need to fix that up, but that's not. Bad character. We log you in. We create a different character. That's just a creation. Give you a bad ID, just a random ID. Wonder. Where do we set you up? Pull you down here and see if putting you on a different manager changes something. And still use all of that. Ooh, we need... Okay, that's why we did this. Right. We'd have to create all that. That shouldn't matter anyway. Able to see data and step through is handy when it's unclear what's actually happened. I mean, I can step through and debug as well. Trying very hard to get deeper. Been doing a bit of CUDA, but it's so difficult because you got to map out the blocks and threads. Probably not my normal area. Gotcha. Never messed with CUDA myself. We defer the log out. Run this again. Do you think it's a good idea to focus on DSA? Focus on whatever makes you happy, man, or whatever you need for a job in your area. That's really the thing, right? Okay, that one was fine. Recommend Delve because it is the official Golang debugger. It's not in the standard library. Race can also be I just ran race too. But while I do have a race, I don't think it's related to this. So we're focusing on one thing at a time. As long as it's not JavaScript, right? Character Go 188. Notification channel. So this has to mean there's no character, which is expected because we already figured that out. Oh, Nightbot got triggered. Yeah, it's cool. I haven't changed Nightbot from its defaults really that much. I don't think there shouldn't be any sort of fallout from that, other than it just nuked your message. How do you work as a commercial Golang developer? Used to. Can you get advice on how to quickly switch from another language less painfully? Yeah, write something you already know how to write in your new language. Something that's not like super trivial, but not super difficult either. You know, kind of a nice mid-level thing. Find character. No character. Why would that be? We try to check for a nil character here. Or, yeah, we tried to check for a nil character, and it was fine. But that was before we did the other change. So maybe there's something else going on here. Oh, not panic. Just for test. Why they hate on JavaScript? It's just a joke. I don't like JavaScript myself, so it's a running joke. Okay. We still get our panic in listen and forward events. Coming from bind character. What in the world? Well, I guess. .424. It's like client goes away here. Except for it can't be. .424 in client handler. It's this. What? Game client. Listen forward events. Listen to events. That's interesting because this is in the vicinity of where the race is. I'm just trying to understand why we're ending up with inconsistency here. Because if we're here, we should not be nil. We should return here if this channel goes away. Send message, though. The plot thickens. If it goes away in here while we're sending a message, that could be part of the problem. Because we were having it panic and send message until we handled this. But I don't see my no connection error, which we should see in here. Unless I'm just overlooking it, which is possible. Info. Which almost feels like client might be nil, right? Do I use Goland? Yes. Send response. That handles that wrap up. And then calls send message where we saw that. It should bubble up an error if it was to exist. And then we should see this error, and then we call disconnect. Oh, that's interesting. Disconnect just stops listening to events, right? Okay, so we disconnect that. Started using IntelliJ recently because Visual Studio 2022 kept breaking. Gotcha. So that should just drop my connection to the event listener. It should be fine. I don't see that error message in here. 464. Oh, okay, this might be a new error then. Maybe I'm being silly. Client handler 464. This character log out. Which we use in two places. Here, when we call logout, and up here, down here rather, as part of account logout, which we call on character logout, and up here, when we defer you, and in tests a bunch of times, but that's not what I wanted. Maybe I muddied the waters by adding these. Let's roll these back. And then you. This stays. Okay. One more down here. Maybe I just confused myself. Okay. Client handler go, 461. Listen forward events again. Okay. 441. Disconnect. Okay. Plot thickens. So listen forward events when we oh no, this does okay, so we stop listening to events, but we also close the connection. There is no connection because we're faking things more than we probably should be. But this is pretty valid. So we check the nil on the character. We don't check this. Let's run that bad boy through here. think we got her. This would get called in listen and forward on disconnect. Confused as to why we're even in here though. Like where were you coming from that we were there? Unless it actually isn't happening in this test. Maybe the go routine was still running from something else. And the test output got confused? Oh no, that's bizarre. Where else do we call that? We call character logout for that. For 27, 441. Neither of them are down here. It's very strange. Hmm. Can we spot? Yes, we can. Error notifying client of failure to listen to events. No connection for client. That's in listen and forward. Wait, no. Would be in here. It would come from no connection for client, which is here in send message. Like, it's good that we're gracefully handling this. Send message gets called in listen and forward. So this is the one that we're seeing that calls disconnect. Hmm. I feel like I'm like right there on understanding why. I just haven't quite got it. Character login. We log an error, and then we return this. This is where we should be in the test. Client state switch. puts us into here. Call send response when we come out of here. We don't invalid character message. So we send the response. But we're not actually in here. We're in here. Handling test character or handle character operations. Response. Want it to be that. So how the hell would you become anything other? A test character is in handle character operations. Response is a byte array. But this is character client create, character client create. We do this stuff. Context, we create character, client log, and then we return this. None of which should result in us having some kind of weirdness, right? It would have to come from count login. Build that, login system version, yada yada. Handle unauthenticated. It is protocol login. We unmarshal that. Look at our stuff. Count login. We do our login. Back credentials here, we return that, otherwise return error, etc., etc. Error is not nil. We log it. Return it. Otherwise, account ID gets set, state gets set to authenticated. None of that should result in a character being attached to this client. If I run you independently of all your friends, do we see no? Run the whole package though. It's very confusing. Okay, well, we're going to push forward. Oh, actually, I lied. We're going to do... Oops. Okay, so client connection has gone away. Gets logged. Looking for the wrong error message. So go back here to bad character. No client connection has gone away. It has to be something... My concern is that, like, this could be a bug that is valid in the real game manager or client handler, right? That's why I'm struggling to try to really understand it. Client connection's gone away before we could close it. All you need is water and dirt to make mud not go. I'll see myself out. Okay, bye. um, and it really seems most prevalent after I've run it in the console itself. So this, it could be related to the race condition, I suppose. Something could be hanging out still. So maybe we'll try to fix up that race condition where um, we read and write things. It's just was so bizarre. But we need to do that anyway. So let's run race again. Refresh our memory on where it came from. Um, and I'm going to use the restroom really quick and be right back. And we'll dig into this part. There we go. Oh gosh, my camera has gone completely insane. You. Behave yourself, eh? There. So what's shaking, folks? Oh, you know, just chasing issues, as you do. Okay, so character go 193. Right here, where we set our notification channel. Right here, where we had a previous read at, notify enter. Webcam got myopia, right? I thought Twitch. I thought your ad break was already over. My bad. I was gonna wait for the break. I must have just waited for it to finish its time out. um, countdown. There's the word I was looking for. So notify enter in character. Programmer's worst enemy, right? 296. Previous read. Previous write. Suppose. And back pain? Yeah. Yeah, that could be a thing too. So we read it and find if it's nil or here or not. And it's erased because something then goes and writes it. Because we notify enter. That shouldn't be the case. We don't spawn you until after we bind you. Part of binding you is adding ourselves to listen to events. But we should probably mutex this. We can do mutex on you. And a message channel. We'd have to do that. I'd have to then become a pointer. Do I want to do that? Probably. And then here. Could do this. That would be that. The other thing I would need to do here I need to do, I would need to lock you for that. Couldn't use my select here then. So let's not do that. Let's roll this back. Let's instead put a mutex on you. Just on the whole character thing. And then listen to events. Because this is just setting up the listener. We lock you. Defer the unlock. The other thing we can do is say we lock you for the unlock. Return whether or not you're nil. And then this. Should probably just for visual organization. Bound to the notif and since we only have one, we only allow one listener. Nil is null ago, yeah. Let's see here. The so is it really has listeners? Yeah, it's close enough. Locking, checking for null, relocking won't really prevent a race condition unless it returns the value instead of pointers. Value could change after you check. x86 most values are already atomic except strings. Yeah, you're right. But we're mostly mutexing the places that modify it. And to lock it while we're checking also allows us to make sure that these aren't in progress, is kind of my thinking. And I don't know if it's strictly necessary. Nothing is using this right now. No, we are using... right there, okay, yeah. And it's still saying I have a data race, right? Listen to events. Listen to events. Is guarded. Notify enter. So if this was... if this was this... gave me a whole bunch of output. I don't know if any of it is... because it's got logs and stuff. Let's see here. Why it spit out a ton of log messages. Usually it mutes them. A little bit weird, but you know. The thing I think I really want to do, though, is say you failed, but it doesn't say why you failed. That's bizarre. Must be buried somewhere in the logs in here. But what I really want to do is do this, I think. Put this back to the way it was. Because... well, notifies I was trying to exit early. That's what I was trying to do before I built all this, did all this work to build stuff. What I should really do is have a different variable for this. That's what I should do. So here, where I listen to events, I do that and I say, is that... and then here, turn that off. And then we can do this instead. And then If I could spell, it'd help. Oh, okay, so if I do that instead, then I can do what did I just call it? Is bound. That's going to lock and unlock every time I notify this character. Which actually, something should always be bound to a character, really. And we default to stop listening if for some reason nothing is. Maybe I can get away without doing that. There's still mutex on the adding and the removing. That's probably still a good idea. But we're going to want to fire NPC actions off of that as long as my plans work out. So leave that, leave that. We can still leave you. You might still be needed. Give that a run. And that does fix our race failure. Yeah, I think we'll leave it there because I'm 99% certain that something is going to be listening to everything in most cases. If it's not, it'll unbind. Does it immediately fail again? Because it's weird that it detects that, because if I'm in here, I'm inside my character, right? Yeah. Client handler fails. Same deal, right, with a previous read. Oh, hey, thanks for following. Appreciate you. Yeah, but I'm 99% sure we'll always have, in most cases, in normal operation, we'll always have a listener of some kind. Let's start our next goal, since we just hit that one. I can find where I put... There they are, that button. Let's see. Oh, it already started one. Okay, it did it automatically. Fantastic. Okay, so oh, and it apparently killed my Twitch stream. Oh, Twitch, what will we do with you? I think we're back up. Hopefully. YouTube, are you still up? Do you exist? Yeah, I don't even have any errors from you. I don't know why Twitch just is such a picky creature. But okay. Anywho, let's be done with this part for now. We fixed up our test. We chased that strange error. We've got things working. Oh, do we still have... We run this. Run you a couple times here. That's happy. But we were seeing that if we ran it over here... Oh, that was race still. Oops. Should go up. Wait, why do you... You just had a failure again? Oh dear. Okay, well, let's run this again and see if we can get our... Not that. You. Am I searching for the right string? Client connection has gone away. Okay, so yeah, we do still see that. It must be related to how we're driving this thing. Because we're kind of mocking the machinery, and that might not be the correct answer, right? Maybe we should hook these up correctly using all machinery. But where did you come back from? Notify enter. We took you back out of there, didn't we? Enter. Notify. Listen to events. Really doesn't like me checking that the channel exists for some reason. Why does it consider that to be a race? Read at that. Previous write at that. Okay, let's rethink this a little bit then. If this is still a race, let's ditch it. A little fuzzy on why it would be, but we're adding complexity and not solving the problem, so we're not going to do that. Listen to events. We need to bind to you. Hey, thanks, Manu. Is that IntelliJ Go ID any good? I mean, I prefer it. Character manager handle event. But we call notify on you, right? Yeah. Listen to events. I'd have to put... do that. I don't think this is going to change anything, though. Yeah, same difference. It's just more correct, I think. Notify, listen to events. Notify, listen to events. I don't want to lock every time I have to notify. That just seems absurd. guess we could. Doesn't make sense. Is it, I wonder, unhappy because of this select statement? Is it evaluating in here and then... What if I just did that for funsies for a second? It takes it a while, that's for sure. Still chewing. Interesting. Very interesting. Bet you it's hung. I bet you I have a test in here somewhere that tries to send to a non-listening one and expects an error. Run that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we would need to turn that off really quick to prove this out as well. That's fine. We can do that. It'd be in character probably. Probably in just character test. Notify no listener. Take you out real quick. Oh, that needs to go too for this. Now, back to the race test. And then it would still, yeah. Let's see here. Let me think. There's no reason we can't put this into a struct, really. That's not going to solve our issue of we'd have to lock and unlock every single time we sent a notification. Which I don't think I want to do. The other thing we could do, listen to events returns you a channel, which is the channel. So why did I use notify instead of just letting you send things to that channel? That's an interesting question. One moment. If I give you back a channel, you should be able to just use that. So why did I do this? It's because I wanted this. Okay, yeah. I don't think that I need this, though. If stop listening clears the channel, you just need to call that. But the problem being, I think you block if you send on, or you block or you panic if you send on a nil channel. Let's see here. This is very old. Still open though. Let's see here. That's what I was trying to guard against, I believe. But that's going to kind of cause some trubs. Unless everywhere that wants to notify a character checks it. That's why you exist. So how do I want to handle this? Double check here. Thinks the panic would break existing Go code. Advanced concurrency patterns. That's a slide deck. That's a pickle for sure. But it is an interesting question as to why we even bother. Okay, maybe that's the answer. Why do we bother returning a channel if we're not going to let you play with it, right? Who else uses you? Client handler. Listen forward events. This would effectively be that. And then, because we read from you. Right, okay. We're giving away the other handle. That's why we do this. How do we do this without a data race, though? Read the docs on channels. I'm pretty sure I must be doing something incorrectly. Where is... I don't want that. Channels package. This is not... This is something else. Standard library. Why can't I find channel in here? Channel library. Should just be an internal channel. Here we go. And this isn't standard library. Dang it. Oh, it's because it's not a package. Right. But I would need to do send a channel, receive a channel, make channel. This doesn't. I suppose the other thing I could do. There'd be a little point in this. We should just do that. But could do like a callback that you register with, but I'd really like to avoid that. And I'm not sure that this is really a race. Test says it is. Let's go look at this. Let's go have a looky look. Back. Channels. Unbuffered channel. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Channel pointers, yeah. Oh, you know what I probably need to do? Oh no, there should only be one channel. I wouldn't need to listen to another channel and then just like, shoot it in there. That wouldn't matter. Buffer. Doesn't really help me with what I'm trying to do here. Just thinking here. Let's look at this. Share by communicating. We're trying to do. Share memory by communicating. Reference counts. Blah blah blah. You know what? I bet if we do... Oh, this doesn't... Okay. We need to set our notification channel here, though. I was thinking if we let you pass one in, that might fix things. But we still need to check and set. And also we need a buffer size. Unless we just let you do whatevs. And say that you must know best. Maybe it's fine to lock. If we put you in a struct, maybe it's fine to lock you on a send. Maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe I'm overthinking that part. And this is internal, so we don't actually need that. Not that. So let's do that. And that's fine, I guess. Do this. And I guess we'd need a bool. I think we can still do this. Then we'd have to do that, I think. And then in here... do that. Then down here, let's also do, we forgot to do our lock here. like so. That takes care of that. We would also need to do actually I just return this directly. Like so. That would be fine. Then if you're bound, return the error. Otherwise, let's say new channel takes nothing. We'll leave it. We'll use the constant. Returns a channel that holds pointers to messages. U equals this. Like so. And then stop. We need to add. We've got our got that. That's important. Okay. And then close channel. And then here, close channel. Okay, I think that's all of the bits and pieces. We have broken... Ah, right, okay, that's fine. This is, if you're not bound, you weren't created. And we can reach in there for that one, I think. Um... That... That... This one will be if you're not bound. Same here. Sure, this will be the same as well. Yep. Unless I flip my logic somewhere, everything else should just still work. Okay. Anything else we're missing? Don't think so. Just make sure everything passes here. Doesn't at all. Okay. Error adding listener for events. Listen to event. Okay. Listen to events. Does new channel. If I'm bound, this channel already has a listener. Why would you already have a listener? That's interesting. Especially because you don't because I did that backwards because I am an idiot. There we go. Notify no listener. We have drubs. Close channel. Because you don't exist. So we do. If you're not at nil. That. Fix the panic. That fixes that. Perfect. Okay. So we've got that. Now, client handler should all still run. And we undid our... Yeah, our listener got away and all that test is back. So that's that. Now, let's run you with a race. Something failed. Let's see here. Decrement status effect. And run minder. What? Where'd you come from? And now you don't show up again. And now I can't get you to come back at all. Running with count 1, so you should always be running and ignoring cache. Is the go race testing? Are there bugs with it that we know about? This one is specifically for writing to a channel in a select case statement directly, which we do, right? Interesting. Let's just scroll down here. Reading the link to the channel, writing to the channel. Okay. Okay, so we know that there's at least a possibility that there's some bugginess in the race detection around sending through channels. So we'll keep that in mind. I'm still, I think, okay with having this be like this. Because we don't want to falsely close the channel if I have just opened you and you happen to race with trying to send to it, right? So I'm okay to have this continue like this, I think. Let's do a little bit of reading on the mutex performance. This is from 2020. Which is probably not. The real answer is B, that we need to benchmark it ourselves, right? But let's see, this is also 5 years old. Okay, this is old stuff, and I am just gonna launch. You came up good. Like we have a whole. Oh my gosh, can't type. Like we have a whole performance thing that we need to do where we like need to set up mock clients, right, and have them actually beat up a server. So like for one client, it's certainly fine, and these guys should be in Go routines. So until we start getting a ton of stuff being shot at them from events and stuff, right, we're 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Okay, let's close this or cancel this. Stop that. Run one more pass of Go test without the race. Everything's good there. We're going to commit this. We're going to say fix client handler tests attempt to fix race conditions in the character channel, character notification channel. And we'll leave it there for now with that part. Let's look at character. Client handler, fine with for now. Look at our character test here. Do we have... We test these. We test this stuff. We just went over that. Do look and do move are not tested. In order to do so, we just need to listen to the broadcast, right? And make sure that these send out the correct events. Skill check isn't done yet. That's the other thing we need to do. Is set up to do the skill checks on map things. These are kind of just a glue function, though. I think I'm okay not testing those. Like, this doesn't do anything but generate a message. But we probably should. We probably should. It'll be easy. Let's just borrow some setup code here. Test manager, test all that. Create character, unstow him, listen to the events. We don't have a target character for that. We really just need him to be unstowed. We don't even need that. We just need him. Well, we need unstow to get the reference out. Okay, yeah. We're just gonna grab that. Womp. Chuck you down here. Test you move. Go away, please. That's fine. This is all fine. Now, we need to new character manager does not have a message broker because, or actually it might config. Yeah, we need to give you a message broker. And we can do this after here. And we're in the same package. So we should be able to reach in and add this. New broker, like so. Let's spell it correctly. And then actually, we don't even need to do that, do we? Broadcast message. Double check. We just need to add you to the character. Like so. We want to also subscribe to the broadcast topic. Then we do east, let's just say. And now we need to say subscribe should have given us a channel and an error. No, just channel. Like so. So case. In case we get something out of the test channel. Like so. Right, the interface. And I forgot a word. That'll help things a lot. There we go. So now, this actually... This is a pointer, right? It is. So we need to unmarshal you. Or not unmarshal, type assert you. Because you're a message pointer. We could actually put this up here. I think that's what we did in the other one. Womp. Then we can do other way around. Result message equals asserted pointer. And then we can say if result message is nil. Here we should do, just for troubleshooting issues, valid type for message. The type must be this MSG. That. And then, if you're nil, for some reason, which we shouldn't see, but you know, actually we could do... Yeah, we'll leave it here because that checks this, right? Okay. Then you are a message. This returns a pointer as well. We could make this even nicer by doing that. the data. This is okay. That. Type it correctly. Message. Data. Must be. That. Not that. Data. Like so. And then we'll change this name. Like so. New event. This. It's a move command, right? That's not what I want. That's what I want. Yeah, move command. Actually, we could do that as well. Let's... Well, no, because we want to... ID tags, location, direction. Yeah, we can just pull you out. So we can do that, and we can put this into a function to use later like we did on the other tests, right? So this... Move command. And then we don't need to do this check. So we have an asserted event, and then we say... Data, if this is a move command, this, that, helps if you do all the words. There we go. Else, event data type must be type. This is asserted event data, asserted event dot data events dot move command, like so. Now we can say move command, fill the fields for me. This is our test, or it's char.id, char.tags, char. Room, current room info, dot location. This is the directions east. That one. And there is no check result. Deep equal. Event. Result event. We say invalid event generated got wanted that, and we say result event, expected event, like so. Now, let's run this guy. Make sure we did all that correctly. We didn't. Broadcast message. No message broker provided, but we gave you we called move on the wrong guy. There we go. Now, let's do as we promised and say func unwrap move event. Do we want to do this? Because we're going to test not move events now, but a look event. So this is just going to be unwrap game event. Going to take a message. It's not even that though. It's a broker message. Oops. Because that's the interface, and then it's going to return 122 game events and an error or an error. So we'll take everything except, well, let's copy this real quick. And we'll take out the bits we don't need, which is going to be this one. This becomes that. That, just like so. Okay, and then up here we can say unwrap game event, or rather I could say, where's event shadow? Shadow's a package. We'll call you that. That. The error is not nil. Error unwrapping event. Like so. And then we could take out this. And then this is, I forgot to put you there. That. And this is this event. Like so. Now we should still be passing. Perfect. And we can do this. And instead of this, it's do look. This all looks more or less the same. Like so, we still pull them out. We still set up a listener. We still unwrap you, except for now you are look data. Right? Making sure. New look, yes. Look data. Result event is still fine, except for this is now fill the field, source ID. ID. We also need to make sure that we don't forget. Do look, and we'll say foobar in there. We're just making sure this event is correct, right? Location, room, current room info, location. We use you, yes. Target tags are oop. Caps lock, there we go. That. This should run. We should be good. Perfection. Everything else should be fine. There we go. Let's do look and do move. So until we add more, that's better. Let's go ahead and do a quick run of the full test set. Should be fine, but you know, make sure. Perfect. Okay. Add tests to verify events generated by do look and do move. Okay. That is going to take us past the 4 o'clock mark. Let me just make myself some notes really quick here, and I guess we can do it in here. That's probably fine. To do skill check sending for a map. I think that might be it for now. To do refactor character manager event handler for readability, and to do add testing for character manager event handler. Like so. Okay. Leave that for myself. And we'll call that here for today. Thanks everybody who came and hung out. I usually stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday, ending on today. My schedule next week might be a little bit wonky though, because I'm going to be doing some travel. Keep an eye on socials and Discord for information on that. I'll try to get a YouTube channel update video kind of explaining what's going to happen. But I'm also really trying to finish this course, so we'll see what happens. Anywho, I'd love to see you again next time I do this, so show up this time, but 4 hours ago, the next time I stream, as updated by socials. And if not, we'll catch you some other time.